Hi, I'm Annie, one of the co-founders of Build Club, and today I'm going to take you behind the scenes on how our startup team scaled our outbound sales process.
Hey everybody, welcome back to another
So let's have a little bit of fun, more fun now, and hopefully, things I want to share is on. Okay, so we're moving on now to section 2 of our linear perspective, formal linear perspective studies, and we're going to spend a little time now with the next lessons, probably 7, 8 or so lessons now, working on stairs and working on inclined and declined vanishing points. I think it's something that you want to be familiar with since the last exercise we just did a 2-point home. And we talked a little bit about stairs, but now I think it's a good time to get into the stairs a little bit more, if you will, and go further because you'll use stairs a lot in your drawing and sketching, and you want to be familiar with their perspective structure so that when you go to sketch them in relaxed drawing, sketching, or simple form perspective, or even formal linear perspective, you have a really good opportunity to make an accurate portrayal. So this is going to be a lesson. This first we're going to do a couple of different side views on stairs, and let's just start in, and I'll just show you as we go along. So the first thing I'm going to do is set a very informal horizon line, somewhat down the center of the page. I'm cropped in a little bit on my paper so that you can see it a little bit easier and cleaner. We're going to kind of delay drawing the fundamental for the center vision, eye line, station point, and our cone for a while. We don't necessarily need them right at the moment. We're going to put now horizon line here, so I'll just label it HL here, horizon line, which is the same thing as our eye level since we're going to be in one point. And we're going to do a side view of stairs first. I think it's going to be easiest just to get familiar with it. Let's put the vanishing point over to the side somewhere here, and we make sure to keep it in the camera. Let's put our VP here. I'll draw nice and darker. So we can get set in. Now, we're going to put our first set of stairs here, and then we're going to build another set here, and then we're going to put some, ultimately, I may have to go to another page, and we'll put some in the sky plane, ground plane and sky plane too. I want you to see that. I think that's very important. So the first thing I'm going to do is just set down the bottom of the stairs here, and we'll just set them here. So I've got a line there, okay? There's no perspective in that. That's pretty easy. Right there. All right, so we've got that. Now, I'm going to change color. The first thing I want to get across to you is that we're going to be creating an auxiliary, an implied, quote unquote, an implied incline vanishing point, but because it will be further away, I'm not going to show it so much. It's got a little blurry there. But what I want to keep in mind that is that it's going to be there in different views, but because we're at a side view of stairs, we won't necessarily see it. So all the inclinations or inclined planes are all going to be at 45 degrees, which makes it kind of easier. I think it's a good way to introduce this concept to get started. So I've got a 45-degree triangle here. Here's 90, right? Here's 45, here's 45. So I'm going to use this angle, and I'm going to use a blue pencil for today, and we're going to create our first inclined plane up like so. Okay, so I'm going to create a blue line like that. Now, it's got to flow through this line right there. That's going to give us our first inclined direction for our our stairs. So we're going to be creating an inclined plane that the risers and the treads will all hit. That'll make a little bit more sense in a moment. I promise. All right, now we're going to bring up the riser. So when I talk about risers of stairs, anything that goes vertical, the treads are going to be what your feet actually step on. So they would be generally horizontal. So we're going to bring up the riser length now, and I'll just bring it up to any length I want. I'll bring it up maybe this distance. Okay, I don't know what that distance is. It doesn't really matter. It's just a distance. Okay, from that point over. Now from this point over, we're going to go right back to our blue sloped .45-degree line running through there, and I better put that on there. So this will go out. That'll be number 1 right there. And all these are at 45 degrees, 45-degree triangle. All right, now we're going to put another sloped line on our next point here at 45. So right here, that will be our next slope. So we're going to put our triangle on that and draw through that. That's going to give us where our risers and our treads come together right there. That's at 45 degrees too. That's inclined too. These are all parallel now. So all of these, I'm going to write that down so you can write that down in your notes here. So in the side view, all inclines are parallel. All inclines are parallel. That means they're never going to touch each other in the side view. Now that That won't be the case when we get into turning stairs later on. All right, so now we have that. So what we want now is to start to begin to take up, since we can take up as many risers as we want to a certain point and then bring them back down to here. So let's do that now. So once we have that set in, so we can say maybe we want about four or five steps. So we can come here, bring our riser up, stop where our incline is, then bring our tread over, stop to where our blue incline line is there. Those are equal. Those are all equal spaces now to each other. So we'll bring up another incline, then another tread over here, and then we'll do, how about one more? Then we'll bring up one more incline, okay, a riser, and another tread. Maybe we'll do one, but we'll do five. We'll do 5 steps. And then our last one here, and then our riser. There's our riser and then our tread, and we can stop there, or we could go for another thickness if you want. It depends on what you want. Usually, let's make this one a little bit thicker. We'll make it as thick as that since I have it there. Since we're coming up on a platform here. So we'll come up a little bit, and I'll meet these two lines together, and bingo. All right, so now we can start using our vanishing point for depth. So let's take all of these points back. All inclines are parallel. All inclines are parallel. That means they're never going to touch each other in the side view. Now, that won't be the case when we get into turning stairs later on. All right, so now we have that. So what we want now is to start to begin to take up, since we can take up as many risers, so we can have a little bit longer view of that. Steps. And our last one here, and then our riser. There's our riser and then our tread, and we can stop there, or we could go for another thickness if you want. It depends on what you want. Usually, let's make this one a little bit thicker. We'll make it as thick as that since I have it there. Since we're coming up on a platform here. So we'll come up a little bit, and I'll meet these two lines together, and bingo. All right, so now we can start using our vanishing point for depth. So let's take all of these points back to our vanishing point, and then we can create a distance for how long we want our stairs to go back into space. Okay, so what that means is now from each point here of our stairs, we're going to be going to our vanishing point, creating diminishment. And I kicked the vanishing point off from center to give us, so we can have a little bit longer view of that. It would be close to being outside of the cone, but that's okay. It gives us a little nice, longer, lengthy dimension. So we're inclining up to this platform of 5 steps here. So from each point here, let's go back to our vanishing point that we're using here, obviously, and then here, and then we have one more on the inside. We're looking through, we're looking see-through, right in there. That's important to have too. All right, so we want to create how far in distance, in depth, we want our stairs to be. So I'm going to just arbitrarily make it about this long seems reasonable. I'm going to put a little dot there, okay? And then I'll draw in blue back to the inside here. That will be where we want that to end, right there, okay? Then of course later on I can bring it up now too if we want. That'll be the back and through here, like we're creating a cube all the way back to there. There's our back point, it touches our front through there. We could bring that up too, but we won't. Now what we're gonna do is recreate another incline, just like we did here. and here, we're going to create it off this line, and that's going to be 45 degrees, and that's going to be our third incline up. Now, if I color these planes in, they would feel like little, like we laid a plank over the top of the stairs. That's what that would feel like. So we have our third line here, third incline, and I'll demarcate that as number 3, right through there. There we go. That's going to tell us where we're going to be starting now, raising up to here. So now we're going to bring a vertical up, just like we did here, right? Up, and then we're going to draw another incline as well. So this gives you, it's like giving you a structure guide to where you want to lay in and keep your slope consistent in perspective as we have depth. Now we're going to bring up our riser. We're going to stop where it meets the diminishment line. Okay. Now, how far do we go? Our third incline up. Now, if I color these planes in, they would feel like little, like we laid a plank over the top of the stairs. That's what that would feel like. So we have our third line here, third incline, and I'll demarcate that as number 3, right through. There we go. That's going to tell us where we're going to be starting now, raising up to here. So now we're going to bring a vertical up, just like we did here, right? Up, and then we're going to draw another incline as well. So this gives you, it's like giving you a structure guide to where you want to lay and keep your slope consistent in perspective as we have depth. Now we're going to bring up our riser. We're going to stop where it meets the diminishment line. Okay. Now, how far do we go over? We know how far to go over because we stop right there. Right there. Correct? There we go. Bingo. Well, now we have a problem. I need, how far up do I come here? I could stop here, or I could put a blue line here. I'm just going to put another blue line to show you what we have in terms of usage of perspective of our slope. This again is at 45 degrees, right through there, all parallel. Number 4, right there. Now we've got good control of our stairs. And you can kind of see them start to emerge here already in our composition. Okay, so we'll come up. Let me get my graphite pencil. We'll come up. I would highly suggest really keeping your pencils very sharp, very clean. We'll come up here. Excuse me. Whew. It's wintertime. I've got a little bit of a sniffle. There we go. And then we'll connect these here. Then we know where to bring it over. These lines can get confusing. This line here goes back to our corner here, so you've got to be very thorough. Thorough with your perspective right there. There's your tread right there. Let's bring up our next riser right there. Okay. Let's bring up our next tread against our blue line right there. We know where to stop it. That's what slope helps for. So this is slope, right? These are all slope. The slope. And I'm just setting these stairs at 45 degrees. That may or may not be standard to code of buildings, but it looks good, at least in our drawing. So that's okay for now. All right, so now we have a longer platform, right? So we're going to bring it back and end up right perfect. Look at that, right there on our platform. And if you've done it with me, congratulations, you've done your first set of stairs. So let's darken this in and talk a little bit about what we did. So we set in not only the base of where we wanted it, it's in 1 point perspective, right? But we also set in the height of the riser too as well. We brought back the end of the tread, the riser, into our slope at 45 degrees. Now you could have done that at 60. That might have been tougher to climb, or 30. Would have been a lower incline, or 15. But 45 seemed reasonable. And we managed to control through slope and perspective the look and height of our stairs, right? With these slopes and with these blue lines. Instantaneously drawing stairs already when you're just sketching them out. And that's the point of doing all this, is to get refreshed, is to get structure under your belt so that when you go to sketch, you can visualize these things in your head fast and quick and say, oh, I've seen this before in my notes or my studies, or I've done this before. I know how to figure this out, and really conquer some of your drawing problems. Well, hopefully all of them in time with enough practice and enough work for sure. Okay, let's go on to another one, and I'm going to put this one next to it. I'm going to sharpen my pencil here, keep that nice and sharp. And let's go on to another, and we're going to put this one This will be stairs number 1. Here, I'll label it so we can see it. This is stairs number 1. Right, stairs 1. And let's do another set, but let's do them where they're in the ground plane and the sky plane at the same time. We see that quite often when we draw stairs and we're sketching. So let's see that. Let's put another vanishing point. This was BP1 for stairs 1. Let's put one just here. It's random. I'm going to put another vanishing point since we're on the horizon line. This obviously this will be our center of vision. This was for this drawing. This one's here. So this is this VP number 2, and this will be for stairs number 2. And these we'll put in the ground plane and the sky plane so you can see how that works together. So let's put the baseline of our stairs. We'll put a little bit higher here. Or no, let's put it on the same demarcation here. That's fine. I'll just draw a lighter line all the way across. You can see that. And then let's put in our stairs. Oh, let's start it here across. And that's just an arbitrary length. It can change a little bit as we go. Now, we're going to still go with our 45-degree slope. And so I get out my 45-degree ruler, or excuse me, my triangle, and my blue or colored pencil. You can use a lighter pencil if you want. And I'm just going to recreate this slope we did here. Okay, here we go. And we'll come on through. We're going to go up higher because we're going to bisect and go up higher than our certainly our horizon line. Couldn't think there for a moment. Okay, so let's set now our risers. So let's say how high do we want them? We're going to set them a lot taller since I've got more room to go. So we'll set these pretty thick, actually. Let's set them, how about that thick? So that'll give us 1, 2, 3. Let's go even thicker. Pretty thick, about right there. Seems good, okay? So I'll just demarcate that. Now all I have to do is bring them over and touch our 45 degree. And again, that could be a different degree right there. There's where we meet there. Now let me set the slope in for where our risers meet our tread. Right there. Okay, that's where I'll put our 45 degree all the way up. You see that? So I'll put these, number these slopes in. You'll have 4. That's number 1. That's number 2. These are at 45 degrees. Let me also demarcate this a little bit. This is the riser that goes up, and this is the tread, and that's where you tread on something, you walk on something. Okay, so we have that. Now we can start to set in all our stair steps. That's 2. Good. We'll get in about 4, I think. That'll be perfect right there. Remember, stop when you meet the height. Stop when you meet the length for the tread. Now we're going to go above the horizon line or eye level here. Okay, we'll come through there. And I think I'll get in the way a little bit here. Let's see if I can get over there. Hopefully I have enough space in our camera. Let's see if we do. If not, we'll just do 3. Looks like we'll have just enough space to do 4. Excellent. Okay. Yeah, it's still in the camera. Good. So now I have to darken this in, make this a little bit darker. There we go. And I'm going to leave that as the ending space. Notice this one is a little bit longer, probably twice this one. And we'll just leave that the same. It could be that. It's totally fine. There we go. All right. Okay, so our next fundamental problem now is to create depth. We need depth now going from the vanishing point. We need diminishment from our stair steps. So let me sharpen my pencil. You can sharpen yours, and we'll work all our treads and our risers in the back of our stairs, and we'll work those to vanishing point number 2. So let me get my longer see-through ruler, and we'll just take it slow and we'll work our way through here. All right, so from the bottom here, we'll go to vanishing point 2, same thing here, all right, and there. Side view of stairs, pretty easy so far, and 1 point here, and back to, now we're above, right, and we'll go from this point back to our vanishing point here, and same thing here, through here. There we go, all right. And now we need it from back here, too, as well. So there we go. Back to VP2. And there we go. Now we've got diminishment set in. As we're converging in depth, we're going deeper now, back into space. It'll diminish. It'll get smaller in look because of perspective. Now let's set in how deep we want it. And I think here seems reasonable enough, I suppose. Right there, I'll put a little dot right there. Okay, that means that's the end of our stairs right here. Now I'll use a blue line so you can see it, and we'll go back to our back end of our stairs right in through there. And let's go ahead and bring that up, and we're going to meet up with our back line through here, and that's the end of our stairs right there. Okay, so we've got that. It's almost like an L shape, isn't it? Well, it totally is an L shape. shape. Okay, now let's bring up the first riser in space. Oh, before we do that, right? Let's control this corner. We need that for slope number 3. Okay, so let's make sure your T-square is tied in. You just slide your 45 over to where they meet. Bring it on up. Bingo, that's your third slope right there. Make sure we're in the camera. We are. Nothing worse than drawing out of the camera. That doesn't serve any purpose, right? Okay, there's 3. And so now we have the spatial control to know where our risers are. That's very important, where our riser and our tread meet. So we meet here, okay, up in perspective, right? Where they'll hit, okay? Right here, and we'll stop. And we need one more slope for that. We have inside and outside, and we're good to go. Now we're locked in. That's a good feeling when you get it all locked in. So number 4, right there. Remember, these are all 45 degrees. And so now we can bring our tread over and the lines nicely right there. Okay, now let's bring our riser up here a little bit. Okay, coming into here. Don't get distracted. I almost wanted to go to that line. I said, well, wait a minute. So it all gets confusing when there's so many lines. Take it slow. Don't take it to here. Take it to here. Take it to right there. That's what your guides are for in perspective. They're your helpers. All right, let's take our next tread over. Right there, they line up nicely. Let's take our next riser up, up, up. We're rising up from here to that ending at that point in space. It's almost like it's done for you. You just have to pay attention to where the lines are. Now we're going inside because we're going into and looking in perspective. So where do we go? We're going to go right in through and cut. All right, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So we're going to go right up. We missed 1. I need a convergence line from this corner. Okay, so I have to go back and redo a step. It's a good learning point. The reason why is we're looking inside now transparently to the stairs. I need that to connect up for me. Where that goes into space. There they are right there. Okay, right there. There's our next tread. Okay, now where do we come up? We've got to be a detective right through here, over, right to there. Let me put little dots so you can see it. That's where we go to. It gets a little confusing, but we want to manage it. Right there. There we go, up. And we're kind of connect this through now. Now, let's step back and take a look and let's darken in what we see because this can get a little confusing. So what I'm going to do now is lighten this up a little bit. Here, I'll take my Japanese mono eraser and erase this lighter. I don't want to erase it out because that's important to show, but just a little bit lighter because it's the outer edge that we want in perspective. This is another good lesson in terms of darkening in only the parts of your drawing that we want to see. So let's actually start here, and I'm going to darken that in, right? And here, okay, and here. And the reason why this is looking through now, because we're above the sky level, the horizon line in the sky plane, we're looking through. Here we don't have that. Here now, this is above us. We're looking up to it. This now is below in terms of our stairs. I think that can get very confusing in the beginning if you're not sure about what you're seeing. And that's why perspective is important to give you that integrity of spatial clarity so that you can build a experience vocabulary. That's a good term to use. The experience of getting drawing time in or drawing mileage so that you can see these forms more clearly when you sketch them out. If you can draw them from the outside and the inside out, you'll understand even better to where to place forms, and you can do it out of your head, which is another goal of mine, to make whoever wants to study with me and work, especially my students in NKU, but in YouTube land, really strong draftsmen and women and men. That's important to me. Is to continue to pass on the craft of structural drawing and drawing proper, and then you can do whatever you want with it in a more creative fashion, because the point is to understand these lessons and then get to really strong creative solutions. So all I'm doing now is, as you know, just darkening in all of this so that we can see this even further. So let me finish out the back of our stairs, and then maybe we can do a little shading of these. Right there's the end of the back, and so we used a 45-degree slope measuring point. Very easy with our ruler, right? And you found the arbitrary length of the stairs you want. We'll do an exercise in about 3 or 4 lessons from now where we do exact measuring with the ground measuring line, and so you can actually get some full, clear measuring of how small or how large these stairs are and how deep you want them to. Just like we've done with the 1-point room, it's actually quite easy. So let's do a little bit of shading here. So I'll shade in just the risers here, so you can start to see them in space here. So we have riser, and then we have tread. We have riser going up, right? And then we have tread going more horizontal. In this case, true horizontal. Why? Because we're in 1 point. Later on, 2 point, that won't be the case. So here we have riser, right? And here we have tread. All right, so we have that. Same thing here. So here we could shade in. We'll do the treads. So we'll shade in the tread here so you can see it a little bit clearer. And we drew these stairs with perspective from a side view, and we drew them back too as well. And then I could finish this out right in through here. Look at that, so they come together. We won't see that because we're stepping. Now what's important to know is we could see somebody's foot. Like if you were walking up these stairs, here's the difference between these two, and this is why I wanted to draw this one in a sky plane. We could see somebody's step here, right? We could see somebody's foot in their shoe or barefoot step there. Here we would lose part of it. Why? Because this is the part where we end, where we see, right? But here's the rest of the stair in through here, and so their foot would disappear. And then it gets even more dramatic as we come up here. There's where the riser ends, but look at all the tread that we don't see right inside here. And so the foot would even disappear even further. I think that's important to note and understand as well. Okay, so there was exercise number 17, the beginning of a side view of stairs. So we had a side view of stairs, and we were at a again a 45-degree slope. Now let's go on and do exercise 17B, and let's change our direction a little bit, and let's put one of the stairs completely in the sky plane. Okay. Okay, let's go on to that. Okay, exercise 17, part 2. Now we're going to do the same exercise, but we're going to put the stairs with the vanishing point a little bit opposite. So the stairs are going to be on the left of the vanishing point, so you get to see and feel that experience, how that looks too. I think that's important as well. All right, so I'm going to throw out a horizon line here, and that's the horizon line. We'll label it over here, and that's also our eye level in this sense too as well. So we'll put our our first stairs here, and we'll put the vanishing point then about right here. Seems reasonable. Good. And so in this one, this will be VP1 for stairs 1. We will put the stairs in the sky plane and the ground plane. Again, I think that's important to see that. And this on this drawing over here, we'll put VP2 over here for stairs 2. And we'll put all the stairs in the sky plane, so you can see that how that looks as well. All right, so let's set in our first set of stairs here. I'll lay lay down the base right in through there, and then we'll put a dot there, and that's where our slope is going to be. Now our slope will just go, again, at 45 degrees, but we'll just go the opposite way now. So I've got my 45-degree ruler lined up. Or my triangle lined up, and we'll put a slope out here. That'll be slope number 1. Okay, so we can see that here. That's 1. And let's bring now up our riser. So that was our tread, our bottom tread. Let's bring our riser up here about this high. Okay, so we'll bring our tread here, and then we'll put another slope to our drawing problem, slope number 2, right there, 45 degrees. They'll all be parallel, so they'll never touch. That's slope number 2, right there. Okay, circle that in. Now we can start to, we have the exact scale now for our slope to help us with our riser here. and then our tread coming across there. All right, so we've got riser and tread. Okay, and we'll just keep going until I get past the horizon line. So we'll do a lot more here, there. Okay, tread, riser, and then tread, and then one more riser, one more step right there. A riser and a tread makes a step. There we go. And I'll just leave that thickness there. So we've got to bring this over a little bit darker right through there. Okay, and then we're going to bring down the back of our stairs right into there. There we are. Okay, down below, all the way through, and there we are there. Okay. All right, so we have that. So now we need depth, right? So from all points of our risers, our treads, and our back of our stairs, we need to go now to the vanishing point. So make sure this one right here, this bottom, the top line is the one I have. I got that extra bottom line in there. Make sure that you don't get confused by that. Okay, darkening it in helps a little bit. Okay, so let me sharpen up a little bit here. And we'll get started. That gives you a moment to sharpen up as well. Get that pencil nice and sharp. So let's now take, again, give diminishment to our vanishing point 1 here. I like it because these are going to be going in a little bit different direction than we had prior. Here to there. Okay. All these diminishments go from our tread, corner of our riser, corner of our tread to our riser here, corner of our tread to riser there, right? Corner of our tread to riser here. Okay. And we'll need this one there. Just take your time through here and there. Now as we go underneath, we're starting to look up. We want to bring these invisible ones. Since we're looking through the stairs, we want to make sure we get those. So I missed that last time. It was a good lesson. Through here and up to our corner of our tread riser there. And then right through here. There we go, a little bit further. You can take it all the way back, or you can abbreviate a little bit. Depends on how deep you go with your stairs here, and then I need to go inside here, right? I got that. And then we need one more, which is right here at the corner, going back to the vanishing point. So we have a lot more stairs now to deal with. Okay, so once I get that in, let's get that in, go back to the vanishing point. Okay, so let me clean up around our VP a little bit, keep working on our craftsmanship, always keep that nice and fresh and clean, best as we can. There we go. All right, so now we want to begin to control how far, how deep we go in space. So let's go, I'm going to go about right here. I'm going to put a little dot so you can see it right there. Okay, that's how deep I want to go. Now I'm going to take my blue pencil and I'm going to draw the bottom back of our stairs right there. It ends there, and then I'm going to bring it up. We have a lot of tools in perspective. Grab the right one. So from there, we're going to go back to the back end, inside, through here, right there is where it'll meet. Be right there. Okay. Nice and clean. There we go. All right. So there's the bottom of our stairs, and there's the back rising up to its back right there. Okay. Now we can take this point, and we can go 45 degrees up for slope number 3. That will help keep us in control right here. All the way up, and that is slope number 3. Remember, all of these are at 45 degrees, and of course they're parallel. All right, so now what we can do is we can go from this back here. I'll darken this in. This is going to be dark. Here to here. Kind of refresh over that diminishment line. Let's take that vertical up, and now we know where to stop, where the diminishment line is. Convergence line right there. We stop right there. Okay. And now we know where to go. We're inside the tread here, right to there. Right where they touch. Works out perfectly for us right there. Okay. So we'll darken in this line as we go. Take it slow. Here we go. There and there. Okay. Where's our next one? Up. So we need a slope. Sorry about that. Okay. Even I get rushed. So now we have this corner. We have our next slope. So we know where to stop. That's what that's for. So we know actually where to stop our depth and distance in space. There we go. So that's slope number 4 right there. Number 4, we'll label it 4. There we go. Remember Remember, all of these, again, are at 45 degrees. All right, so I'm going to stop. I'm going to resharpen. Notice I sharpen pretty often. There we go. Okay. So let's bring up our riser for our next stair step. Bring that over. So now we know where to go. We're here to here and up, right to there. There we go. Now let's bring over our tread from here to this point. Pretty easy still. Gets a little harder when we get into that sky plane, I think. Now we're going to bring up our riser from here to there, that second line. Right there in my drawing, right there. Yours might be a little different. Let me darken these in so we can start to see it. There, and there, and there. Remember, we're side view, so our slopes are parallel. Later on, they won't be. We'll have a demarcated inclined vanishing point or declined vanishing point, which really takes into account what? Rule number 3 and number 4, perspective, or you can hear it called auxiliary vanishing point, which is the same thing too as well. We bring over our tread here, we stop right there, and then we'll just draw over it to make it stronger and darker. Right there. Let's bring up a riser. Rising up. Okay. There we go. Let's make our corner of our stair stronger. Now we've got a tread. I'm going to need to draw a depth line from this point to the vanishing point. Sometimes we need it, sometimes we don't. Here's why. Just a little bit. It's going to be peeking over through here. Right through there, over to our vanishing point. Now I know where to end my tread. Right there. See how it lines up? It's going to be sneaky. Sometimes you don't draw everything you need. That's okay. You just go back when you need it. Like, oh, okay, I needed that. And you'd redraw it. It's all right. There's the corner of my riser and tread right there. I'll draw over, through. Now let's bring up our riser right through here. Remember, we're here. We have to follow this line until it meets here, and they should line up pretty well. Keep your pencil sharp. When you start to get thicker lines, just be careful. I try to shoot, like if I have a thicker line, like in the blue, I try to shoot for the middle of it. That helps a little bit. Try to keep your pencil sharper than my blue line was. All right, so there's the corner of our tread and riser right there. Okay. All right. Now we bring over our tread. Here's our point to there. There's where we're shooting for, right there. If you weren't sure, we'll bring it over. And I'm going to draw it lighter because because now our foot would be disappearing. So we have to be careful. Here we can see the tread. Here we can see the tread. Here we can see the tread. See how it's starting to get closer to our horizon line. It's disappearing. Here it's disappeared, and our riser has covered it. But we need to see it underneath to help, right? Because we have to go up to our next riser, right from there, right there. Okay, to that point right there. How do I know that? Because I look over, and here's the end of our riser here, and there it is here, right there. Okay, so let's darken this in a little bit so we can see this a little bit better. There and there, bingo. All right. And so now we need to bring a tread over. Okay, we need to bring a tread over to here, right there through that we're shooting for. Believe that. There we go, right there. Okay. We have that. Now we need to go vertical to our riser, right there. I'll darken this in a little bit more since that's the part we see. Okay, and now we're at the top of the mountain. There we are, over, and we already made that connection. I'll just strengthen that in. Something I want to show you, here's the inside of the stairs. Go ahead and draw that tread, just so it lines up. You know that you did it right when this line and that line, this horizontal and this back part line up nicely. And there you go. You've got now a stairwell now moved over to the left of the vanishing point. We see the right side of it, and they all rise up in through here. So we have our treads, which is really important to see here. Right, here's a tread. Here's a tread here we see. Right. Here's another tread that we see. Notice they're getting slimmer as we move up the composition, and then what happens? They disappear. They're still there, but they're inside out, meaning that the risers cover there. Here's a tread here. Right, and then that last tread on top is here. That's why it's good to draw these inside out structurally as exercises, so when you sketch them out later, kind of feel their way through. In this stairs, if this stair was, let's say this is, now we can have an arbitrary scale that we set in. Let's say this is 1 foot or 1 unit. Let's say it's 12 inches, right? Well, this is 12 inches here. That's 1 foot there, and so is that. That's 1 foot, and so on. And so is this back here, now just in depth, and they're equal spaces. So perspective really helps us to control what could have been a very complex, or perhaps you still think it is a complex system of stairs. Let's get a little more complex now, and let's go over to, let me grab a drink here, a soda, and let's move over to our next drawing problem. We're going to recreate more steps, but they're all going to be now in the sky plane. Okay, so we're going to miss more of the ground plane. Maybe I should just leave this so we compare, so I won't change the camera. Okay, so let me sharpen up. You can finish up yours. This is stairs number 1. Stairs 1, exercise 17B, so stairs 1. So this is exercise 17B, the second part. Let me sharpen up my pencil. Make sure we have nice sharp tools. We're going to need it for this one. It's going to get a little bit more difficult because they're all going to be now in the sky plane. You might have a situation where most of your stairs are way above your viewer's head, side, or later on in a 2-point view. Okay, so exercise 17B, and then stairs number 2. I'm going to go to a cleaner sheet of paper so we can go in a little bit closer. I think this is going to help. You see, this is going to be the most difficult, I think, side view drawing problem that we'll have. I'm going to put the horizon line a little bit lower down on the picture. size 17 B, and then stairs number 2. I'm going to go to a cleaner sheet of paper so we can come in a little bit closer. I think this is going to help. You see, this is going to be the most difficult, I think, side view drawing problem that we'll have. I'm going to put the horizon line a little bit lower down on the picture plane in the camera, and this I think will help too as well. So sliding across a nice horizon line here, and we're going to put the vanishing point now. Get our camera straight about right here. Seems good for stairs 2. So I'll put VP 2 here. Sharpen up. Make sure that you sharpen up both your tinsels nice and cleanly, and get a nice fine point, because you're going to need it, especially for clarity's sake, if you haven't already done so. All right. So let's put the base of our stairs now about right here. I think that'll be good. Right in through there. And then I'll stop where the end of the stairs will be, and we'll go with, again, a 45-degree slope. Again, you could do it different slopes. You could do it 30 or 25 or whatever you want. It's just got to be parallel from any other slope and consistent. So there's our first slope right there at 45 degree. That's 1. Now let's bring up our risers here. So let's put a riser here, and then we'll bring it over to our tread there. Okay, we'll stop there, and then that's where here's where we make our next slope to control our height of our risers. So that's 2 right there. Okay, so now we can go ahead and make the rest of our slopes, our treads and risers. Here up, number 2, right, and then over for our tread there, sorry. And then we'll go up for our next tread, our riser. I gotta get them backwards. There's our riser. All right, here's our tread, right in through here. Okay, and let's do one more. Let's do 4. That'll be plenty, because it's going to get complex, because we're going to be looking inside out in a way. There's our riser, and our last tread we'll make a little bit thicker. Platforms here, so somebody could stand. I think that'll help. And it's probably good if I bring this down just a little bit more, so you can see that. Make sure you see that top really, really well. There we go. So that's our first one here. And then 2, you can see that now, just barely in the camera. There we go. That's it. Now you should see everything. Yeah, it's important. We want to make sure we're doing demos where you can see them. All right, so there's our platform where the rest of our people can stand up on. Okay, so I'll clean this up a little bit so that won't get so confusing. Okay, so now we need depth back to the vanishing point. Okay, so we need to draw a dimension. vanishment from the vanishing point out to corners of our stairs. So we need one here, right, and here. We might forget some. We can always come back there. We're going to need one there for sure. Okay, and we're going to need one here. Okay, and we're going to need one there. So you have to be very careful, double and triple check your lines later on for the ones you really need, because we're going to get a lot coming together, so you have to be a drawing detective in a way. Drawing all our depth back to our VP here. Okay, and then also the very back of our stairs on our platform right there. And we can get that located. So now that we can finish out the back part of our stairs. So let's find, we want to end our stairs maybe about right here. Seems good. Okay. So I'm going to end it there. I'm going to darken this in because we'll see that clearly. That won't be obstructed, as well as this. Now these are floating stairs, if you will. So later on we could put these on a platform of stilts if we wanted to later on, but let's just keep them floating for now. There's our back right there. We'll darken that in here, and then now we're going to bring up the vertical after this line. Okay, now where does that meet? There's so many lines it gets confusing. So I'll show you the vertical. Remember, it's this one here, right? Here coming through here. So be careful. Where does that meet? It's going to be this one right there. There's the back of our platform, right in through here to there. That's hard to see. I've got to be careful with that. Okay. All right, so we cut off our dimensional depth right through there. Okay. There's the height of our first riser. So we know where to stop that. Would be right there on that line right there. There we go. So there's our first riser and step right there. Okay, so now I'm going to resharpen. We've got 2 more slopes to draw here and here. So let me sharpen my pencil, a graphite pencil, then we'll take our blue pencil and we'll draw those 45 degrees up. Okay. Right here, so through this line, right in through here. Be careful, don't worry about where it hits through here. It's right through that point, up and over. It's almost synonymous with 2. Look at that, that's really close. 2 and 4, or excuse me, number 3 are really, really close. So we'll put 3 here, and then number 4 slope is here. So it can get confusing. I can understand that. We'll come up with number 4. All right, so let's see how we make out here. Let's see how we do. All right, so we've got our first riser. Now let's bring our tread over. Where do we know to bring it? This is going to be challenging, right? We know to bring it about right where do we know to bring it? This is going to be challenging, right? We know to bring it about right here. So two things you want to follow. Even if you get the blue line wrong, you know that your slope wrong. You know that you can bring it over to here because that's going back to your vanishing point. So here's the tread right there where that meets up. Bingo. There's where your tread ends, right there. Okay? That's challenging. There's where your tread ends, right there. Now we need a riser to come up. We know where your riser ends here. Okay? Here's the next riser we're shooting for. That point there to right here. That'll get us what we want. So let me bring my little triangle back over. Take it slow. I've messed these up before. If you mess yours up, don't worry about it. Do it again. Failure teaches you great things. Right through there. There's your next riser ending right there. This tread is easier because we can see it all. It's not covered up. That's the good news. So here's the next tread line, the beginning of the tread right there. Whoops, broke my pencil. Okay, let me resharpen. Gotta get a chance to check your work against mine. Maybe you can find if I make a mistake. So it happens before. All right. There we go. Now let's bring our tread over. So I'll line it up. Where do we need our next tread? Right here. Corner, corner, corner coming through, meeting up horizontally to right. Looks like it's about right there. Let's line up our ruler, our T-square, nice and clean, right through there. To that second blue line, that's number 3 actually. That crazy, now they overlap a little bit there, a lot there actually. So there's our next tread to where our riser goes up. Where does our riser go to? Our next blue line, up to right to that line, correct? Let's see. Here's our riser there, coming on over. Yep, right through there. So now we can darken that in. That's the corner of our stair where our tread and our riser is. Right there. Okay. Now we need to bring over our tread here to here. So we're coming over that second top graphite line right there. So we bring over our horizontal with our T-square. Second graphite line where it meets that blue one. That's crazy how they're all come together. To be really careful. Thank goodness we're almost done. We need our next riser up to here, right to there. Where that blue line meets is our slope to there, and we're home free. Good thing we didn't have to do a ton of stairs, right? Oh, that would have been crazy. I don't want to be that mean to you. There and there. Okay, so now we've got floating stairs, and of course this tread can come back here as well. This is there's our platform in the back that can come along. Let's just make sure that we do that right in through to there as well. Okay. Now, let's darken in our steps a little bit so that we can see what we're doing here. Remember now, we're looking up at our stairs, right? So we're floating. They're floating in a sense, so we can get more of a feel how difficult this is from more extreme vantage points of looking up. So let's color in now. Let's darken in. We'll take on the riser here so we can see this a little bit more cleanly and clearly. So there's our riser, right? Now, here, right here in my drawing, that's the riser of our next. We don't see any of the tread. The tread is underneath here, and it's completely closed off from our vision. Here's the next riser. I'll make it a little bit darker so you can see it. Here's the next riser right here. Only the parts that we can see right in through. Right in through there, and I'm going to abut the edge so I can show you that a little bit quicker, and you can shade a little bit quicker. Okay. Alright, so that was our next riser. Darken it in so you can see it. Here's that tread underneath there. Here's the tread, the secondary tread, second tread here of our second step, right in through there. Let's darken in now our third riser. Here. I'll abut this edge, move this out of the way. and over. See how I butt that edge with my ruler? And I'm just going to start coloring in the other riser too, or toning in. There we go. And then the other riser was right over here. I'll darken that in back here, make this a little different so you can see them. This is important to do so you can start to see what you've done and how this goes together. And of course, I need to come out with the other riser in through here. There we go. Okay, and then let's bring this up and over. Platform, and if you've done it with me, congratulations. You know that, and there. First we have our bottom here, and I'll fill this in just very hurried quickly. Have a hatching technique right there very quickly. So now we have that bottom looking from below up to these stairs. We see no treads. We see none. Now that we've colored them in a little bit more opaquely, right? That's what's difficult. But we know they're there. We have to have them there. So if somebody's coming up and stepping on these stairs, we will never see their shoes stepping on the treads to give them propulsion to go up and to rise up to the other. But we know they're there. We have to have them there so that we can complete out the rest of the risers and the rest of the stairs as well. That's what makes stairs, I think, a little bit difficult to begin with, is to keep all that in control. And how did we do that? We did that with depth, right? But also our sloping with our slope. So let's reinforce these even further from this point up. See how these all align very nicely here. And of course, this one goes further. Why? Because I made this one thicker, so don't worry about that. Here, these all align together. Here we go, up and through. For 2 and 3 were together there, which was pretty ironic. Here was 3 lined up in there. It was really odd sometimes those aligned together. And then of course 4 was right and through there. Now in your drawing might be just a little bit off, and that's okay too, in terms of where your slopes were engaged at, and that's okay. So if we pull out just a little bit, you can see it a little bit further what I have there. Now we have an engaged exercise 17, right? So we have stairs that are truly from above. Okay, they are above us. So we're looking up in 1 point. Up and 1 point. Exercise 17B, part 2 there. All right, there you go. Congratulations. All right, so you got through exercises 17. Now let's go on to 18, and we'll change up the position of the stairs and our sloping. We will change our slopes too as well in terms of the positioning, and then we'll create an auxiliary or incline vanishing point. It'll be a little bit more challenging even than that one. All right, let's go on to exercise 18. Exercise 18 now. So now we're going to be working with 1-point stairs, but we're going to change their position, and we're going to have, instead of a side view, we're going to have a view now from frontal, but the depth will be converging in, so let's sharpen up your pencil, and that means we're going to need to have a incline vanishing point, or you can call it an auxiliary vanishing point, whatever you call it, as long as you use it, that's the main thing. But we'll be using rule number 3 in perspective as well. So I'm going to go ahead and set in the horizon line here a little bit higher. And we're going to put our level vanishing point, our first vanishing point, we'll do it roughly in the center. So I'm 24 inches in, so it'll be 12, and I've got a couple of inches extra, or a couple of quarter on the other end. So I'm going to just make sure you're in the center. That's what I'm trying to say. So I'm going to put mine about right here. It looks really good and clean. So that's my VP. And that's going to be VPL for level vanishing point. So anything level on the ground will go to that vanishing point. Okay, so we have that. So I'm going to put stairs number 1 here slightly off center from our first vanishing point. So I'm going to start it over here, and we'll get going. So the first thing that we're going to need is we're going to put down, if you will, the base of our stair. So I'll draw a horizontal line through. Now you can't see that, so I'll have to come up a little bit. Here we go. So let's draw a horizontal line there coming through, and now I want to bring up the height of my stairs. And so I think I will make them about this high. You can make them an inch high. Let's measure that and see. That will be about an inch, will be about right there. So let's just make them a nice clean measurement. So that's an inch high, and then I'll just bring them over. This will be arbitrary, and I'll end them about right here. Okay, so a little bit different in view now. Now the stairs are to the side, right, in a sense, or front to us, but the depth is going to be converging now back to our vanishing point. So that's important to see. Okay, so we have that. So the first thing we want to establish now is an auxiliary vanishing point, or a incline vanishing point, or vanishing point number 2 if you want. Whatever that means to you, that's fine. In order to do that, the vanishing point must be on the same linear line, vertical in this case, since it's inclined, up from the VP. Now, the higher you go, the more the incline is. So what I like to do, and here's what I want to show you, is kind of how far you want that incline to be. Now, there are 2 places we're going to take our inclines up. The bottom here, our bottoms here, in here, and also our tops here and here of our stairs, okay? Now, you can do it this way. You can say, okay, I think I want to incline here. Wherever that touches and bisects up here, that's where your vanishing point will be. Or you can put a vanishing point here and then start to draw back and say, I like that. Either way is fine. It's doing the same thing. I kind of like to start here and say, okay, I think I may want to slope about, like this. So watch this. So I'll draw a diminishment line to our VP now, incline VP. or auxiliary VP, or VP, I'm going to put VPI for incline, right there. So now our slopes, remember from exercise 17, they were all parallel. Now they're not. Now they'll be converging to our incline vanishing point. That means this line, this slope will go to the vanishing point, incline, and this back line here of our stairs here, and also right through here as well. So let's see how that's going to work out for us. Okay, so what we can do now is let's set in a little bit of the back of our base of our stairs. That needs to go back to the level vanishing point. So I'm going to throw a line to the level vanishing point, VPL here, and VPL. Remember, the stairs are sitting on the ground, so that's level. It's the slope of the stairs as we can control them up into space that's important for what we want. Well, how do we do that? All right, so let's talk about the real difficult part here. Let's pull in a little bit so you can see a little bit better right in through there. Okay, so now we need to go back to the level vanishing point level, here to here. Where that crosses this line, that tells us the length of our tread. That's what our slope gets us. This is our slope. The blue line is our slope. All right, so level, go back to our level vanishing point here, right to there. Where it touches that blue line, our slope line, that's where we stop. Okay, and we can bring it over, or we can do the same thing if you want over here to help you out. So we can do it from the top. We reach that bottom blue line, since it's further away, right there, bingo. That tells us, see how they line up? That tells us there and there where our tread ends, right there. So there's our first step, right there. Isn't that nice how that helps to control that depth for us in perspective? Now we need to take up a riser. So it's a little bit easier to see over here. From that corner we go up, stop where it meets the slope line, right? That tells us to come all the way over to our second line, here, right there. Boom, there we go. And I can keep coming over a little bit, right in through to help you out. So we can do it from the top, we reach that bottom blue. Blue line, since it's further away, right there, bingo. That tells us, see how they line up? That tells us there and there where our tread ends, right there. So there's our first step, right there. Isn't that nice how that helps to control that depth for us in perspective? Now we need to take up a riser. So it's a little bit easier to see over here. From that corner, we go up, stop where it meets the slope line, right? That tells us to come all the way over to our second line, here, right there. Boom, there we go. And I can keep coming over a little bit, right in through here. And there we go, right there. There's our slope. Slope helps to control tread and riser. Remember, this is the bottom of our stair. So we're almost aligned to our center of vision. So it's going to be a very slight view of the corner of these stairs. All right. So look, we have one more to do. We'll do 3 steps. So now from this point, we'll go back to our level vanishing point right there. Where they meet right there, that's the end of the tread. Same, we can do the same thing over here. From the corner of our stairs back to our level vanishing point, where they meet right there, that's the end of the tread. It works out very, very nicely. Here we go. Make sure they line up. My pencil's a little thick. Right in through there. Okay, so we have that. So we can darken that in here. There we go. Into here. There we go. Okay. So now we want to bring up our last riser. Bring up our last vertical right to there. Bring up our last vertical. Okay, right to our top. Blue line it right to there. Where they meet up nicely. Bingo, right there. Let's do one more. Let's do 4. Let's do 4 treads. I haven't completed this back yet because I want to do a platform. It's easier to do a platform and bring it down than it would be to arbitrarily end it. I'd have to do more scaling, which I don't want to really do yet. All right, so from this corner back to our level vanishing points where they meet our slope line, we'll stop. I can draw all the way through. It meets right in through there. We can draw all the way through there where it meets right in through there where they touch our blue line here and here. There's our tread. Isn't that beautiful how that just works out nicely for us? And we get those nice, even, equal stairs stepping up as we continue to go on. And let's bring up one more riser. Here where it meets our slope line, right? We go up here. This is where keep your pencil sharp helps. That's where it meets your slope line because this starts to really ask for you to be very exact. And so that was our last riser here. Let's go back now to our level VP. Let's go all the way back here, and we can decide how far we want our stairs to end now. If we want to, if we wanted them to be the thickness of the tread, be right here. Let's make it real thick. I'm going to make it about right there in perspective. So I'll bring horizontal over. Okay, I'll stop it right there. It's the end of our stairs here to there. Darken that in so you can see it. Now I bring that vertical down on the side of the stairs. Here over to there. Where that diminishment line is, right here. There we go. And on over. And now we have a different view of stairs. Broke my pencil, so I'll talk while I'm sharpening. And now we have a view of stairs that's very different from our side view. We have a front view of stairs now with the diminishment and slope that have been controlled by a new vanishing point, a auxiliary vanishing point, or a vertical vanishing point that's inclined, or what I like to call is the inclined vanishing point. You'll hear it called a couple of different, auxiliary or inclined vanishing point, or verticality. Just know that it's will always be in alignment to your level vanishing point, raised up or in decline when you need a decline. We'll do that later, to the degree that you want it to be, either aesthetically or if you're scaling and doing a lot of measuring, to the degree that you need to as well. We saw that in exercise 16 with the house that we did. I'll show you later on when you do an incline and decline of stairs. If you're on a flat level surface, they will be the same distance both above and below. They will be equal to get the plane that you need. Okay, so let's tone this in a little bit and let's see what we wrought here with our stairs a little bit. Okay, so we have now our risers here. Here's our riser. You can do this in different colors if you wanted to as well. I'm just going to show you that. I'll do the treads in blue. So there was our blue tread here. Our second riser coming up. Remember, risers are always coming up here. And notice how they're diminishing as we're going back, and they're also, because they're stairs, they're raising up into space, and they're getting closer and closer to eye level, or eye line. That was our next tread, our next riser. So if this is an inch, 1 inch equals a foot. This is a foot, that's a foot, that's a foot. But they are diminishing in scale and size because they're moving away from us in perspective. So there's our next tread. Here's our last riser, number 4, with our last tread on top here, more like a platform ride, a little bit thicker. This could be perhaps an exhibition stage for Olympic medals or something where you could stop up. And of course we have our side view that's very much a slithered view because we're close to our center of vision, and we move it over just a little bit, we won't see the left or the right side in space. Okay, so there we go. There is stairs number 1 in exercise 18, where we have a vanishing point inclined to the slope and distance that we want it to be above here to get the degree that we want in space. So that determines your degree of your slope. That's very important to see in perspective. Okay, let's do one. Let's move over and do one on the other side of the vanishing point. So let's start that now. So let me sharpen up, and we'll use the same vanishing point. We're just going to move these stairs over a bit. So it's like we're looking at 2 sets of stairs, if you will. All right, so let's do that. We'll use the same baseline here. I'm going to move these over a little bit, and you can determine that, how far you want. I'm just going to put a light line from our level vanishing point, which is our center of vision vanishing point. I'm just going to put it straight down here to show you something. Is that, yeah, I visualize it, but I want to make manifest out into the drawing world here what I'm looking at. So, you know, this space is this much from our center of vision. So if I move it further over here, then further I move either way, right, the more of side view of the platform that I'm going to see. So I want to move it over a little bit further than this one. I want to see more platform. So I might start my stairs then about right here. Bring them over to there where you can see, yeah, you can just see them in through there. So that's good. So I'm going to bring them over right here. And so what's going to happen, I'm going to darken that in so you can see that. And what's going to happen is we'll see more of a side view over here than we will on that one. I think that's important. Okay, so let me bring the riser up first here. Let's make it an inch, same as that one. And so since it's the same baseline, I'll just bring this over like so. It's the same measurement, a little bit longer. Okay. And we'll bring it up here. And we'll bring it up there. Here we go. Okay, so I overdrew there a little bit. Let me go back and now erase, clean that up a little bit. I don't want any confusion there. So let's take these little erase marks, take them out here. There we go. All right. Okay, so now we can set in our slope. Remember how we did that? So we took from the top and bottom of our stairs here, our riser here, and we go back to our inclined vanishing point that's inclined up here. Same as before. I like setting a little bit of space. They're not quite so close together. It gives us a little bit more room to work with. And we'll do it on the other side here. That sets in our slope. It locks in the slope at which we're working nice and cleanly, and it's an arbitrary slope that I set in. I just did it aesthetically how high I wanted it. Okay, so let's set in now our first tread, and it's already predetermined for us. And the reason why this is because we have to go back now to the level vanishing point from the end of the corner here of our stair. So that already gets predetermined. That means that wherever that line bisects the bottom here, that's where our tread ends. Same thing that happens down and through here on each side, right there and there. So there we have our determination of our tread right there. And there we go. Okay. All right. And cut. Yeah. And 5, 4, 3, 2. All right, so now that we have a determination for a tread, I think it's going to be important to develop the bottom a little bit so we don't get confused. That confused me for a second, so I had to stop and think about it. All right, so right there, that's going to be this bottom. Over here, back to our level VP. It can be confusing. No, so that's going to give us a little slighter, wider view of our stairs. Okay, so now we have our first tread. So let's bring up our riser. Okay, from here, from this corner, let's bring it up to where it touches our slope line. Right there, same thing over here to where it touches our slope line. Right there, I'm going to overdraw a little bit so I can see where they connect best. There and there, and there's the end of our riser right there. Now let's go back to our level vanishing point to find the length in perspective, the depth, which is controlled by our slope line. Works out nicely for us. I'll overdraw just a little bit, and here, overdraw just a little bit where they touch our slope line, right there. That's the start of our next riser, right through there. And we'll keep on going up. Our next riser here, I'll overdraw a little bit. And here, I'll overdraw. See where they connect up best, right there. There's our riser. Okay. So you're constantly being in check by your slope. Here's your slope coming up. Isn't that nice? It connects, helps you to stop and get the depth, not only the height, but also the distance of your tread, right? And also the height of your risers, which are still truly vertical. So your risers right now, and will be in 1 and 2, are still truly vertical. Okay. All right, so let's go back now to the level vanishing point from here, over, and from here, over. Let's see where they connect up right through there. Bingo. There's your next tread. And let's bring up one more riser. From this corner here, up to our slope line, a little bit past, so it bisects it so I can get a good feel where they both touch the best. Because the thickness of the line right there feels really good. There we go. And now let's bring the top platform over to our vanishing points, or level vanishing point. Remember, we have a level vanishing point and we have a inclined vanishing point. So there's the side of our platform. Now what I could do is cut it off at the same distance as our other one by just bringing this vertical all the way across here. And where it touches, that's where it bisects. So it's a little bit different view. So they're the same length and depth there. And I can bring this vertical down. And here we go, right there. We brought that vertical down there. That's where that ends here. Okay. And we'll bring this over and through, and bingo, there we go. Now we have 2 sets of stairs in with different multiple views now. Since we're pushed over a little bit from the center of vision, we're going to get a little wider view of our stairs, which I like. Gives a little bit more dimension to that kind of harsh one-point reality. So let's pull back a little bit. Let's widen that up a little bit so you can see that more cleanly and clearly. Of course, you could do the same thing out here, but you'd have to have an incline even further. Okay, so let's clean up these stairs a little bit, and if you want to shade your own, you can. I'm just going to darken mine in really cleanly, so you can see this. Quickly and cleanly, hopefully. There and there. And we'll work on just the dimensions here, there, and there, and here. So you're beginning to see how a simple procedure, rule number 3 in perspective, can really help with auxiliary vanishing points, both incline and later on decline, can give us a nice overall picture. We can control nice, interesting aspects of spatial depth. So we have our riser, then we have our tread, we have our riser right, then we have our tread going back in space, riser up, tread going back in space, riser up, and then tread going back to our top platform and through here. And of course, every step along the way somebody would make, we would be able to see their shoes and their feet. Why? Because everything right now is below eye level. It starts to change when it gets above eye level as well. Okay, there we go. It's exercise 18. Let's move on, I think, now to, exercise 19. Now let's do a measured view where we actually give ourselves the full fundamental setup so that we can create a cone of vision and a ground line, and we can do some exact measuring of how truly high and deep and wide we want stairs if you need that for your drawing. So that's the next segue into the next exercise. Exercise number 19. Okay, exercise 19. For this drawing, we're going to be doing stairs now with our setup, our fundamental 4, cone of vision, our station point, eye line, and our center of vision. And that way we can find our station point, put our stairs relatively inside the cone if we want, and then but also use a ground line measuring line and to give our stairs a real sense of scaling in purpose, which we haven't done beforehand. Okay, so that means that I'm going to be doing my setup. I've got an 18-inch by 24-inch paper, so if you want to be accurate to mine, I'm going to come across the horizontal, the vertical side and left side. I'm 18, so that's 9 inches for my center. I made a mark there, and I'm going to bring over the horizon line all the way across, and then put my center center vision here, my center point of the center vision at 12 inches in. Okay, so we have our VP there and also our center vision. And then I'm going to give that now all the way down, center vision all the way down both vertically here, okay, all the way above and below the ground plane. So just a setup we've done plenty of times or before. That's innate. That's always with us. Our fundamental 4. So our center of vision, right, and our eye line, we have that. Okay, so I want to set in the station point. The station point I have in my notes, I want from the vanishing point here to be 6¼ inches down from the vanishing point. So just measure in a 6¼ inches. If you're 7 inches, that's probably just okay too. Or 6 inches is fine. So there's my station point right there. There's my SP. Remember, that's where we are. Our 2-point version of us. We're flapped down, right, looking in this way. And then if we're flapped up here, that's our distance looking into our composition. Keep that in mind. Okay, so let's find our cone. Remember quickly, our cone is 30 degrees, and so we only need one of those marks. So we'll set up our triangle from the point of our station point, the end of our station point, along the center of vision to find our 30-degree mark right there. Okay, there's one end of our 30-degree mark, and I can just come across here really quickly, set up my compass, and get the radius now for our cone, which lines up like a circle, right? There we go. So bring it over nice and clean. And there is our cone of vision, where little distortion, or much less distortion, happens in through there. So there's our 30 degrees, and I can come back and clean it up on this side, right in through there. So there's 30 degrees for us here and here. And we also want a 45 now degree measuring point. So we're going to come in from our station point, and we're going to go out at 45 degrees. Okay, so here's 45, right? So we're going to come out. You know how to do this now. Line it up with our center of vision. Come out to your station point nice and cleanly, and out to right there on the horizon line on our eye level. That's our 45 degree measuring point. All right. Okay. So now we're good to go there. Okay. So now what we want to do is set up some scaling. Now we have an opportunity to put our stairs in and get a sense of scaling with our drawing. There's our 30 degree cone of vision in through here. All right. So let's keep our stairs a little bit off center. We'll keep it mostly in our cone of vision, but maybe just a little bit outside would be okay as well. Okay. So let's put our ground line about here. I'm going to come in with our camera now that we can get a little closer so you can see the setup. So let's pull in here. We can start to see a little bit closer. I'm going to bring this up a little bit. Bear with me. There we go. So you can see that. If we need to have the station point back, we'll do that. But I don't think so. Makes this nice and level again. There we go. All right. So let's put our ground line about right in here. Feels pretty good. And I'm going to draw horizontal across right in through there. And we're going to just set up the front edge of our steps. Our steps we're going to be looking front into. And so I'm going to set our scale in at 1 inch equals 1 foot. Okay, so our stairs are going to be 4 by 1 by, so 4 feet wide by 1 inch or 1 foot. Foot tall by 2 deep. Let me write that down so we have it. So stairs are going to be 4 feet wide. okay, by 1 feet tall, okay, by 2 feet in depth, or 2 feet going back into space. Okay, so they're going to be twice as long as they are short. Of course, they're going to be going up. Okay, so we know that we need 4 feet in width. So we'll start our measuring line right here. This will be 0, and 1 inch equals a foot. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 right there. So 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Right in through there. All right, so we're good to go there. Okay. So, and we also know that we need to bring a vertical up too for the height of our stairs. They'll be 1 foot tall. Okay. So we come up a little bit right through there. We need 1 foot for our stairs, 1 foot tall. So our scale 1 inch equals 1 foot. There's 1 inch right there. So I'll put a mark there. Now we can start to cook a little bit. We'll bring that over. I'll overdraw just a little bit so those will connect. Right there, there's our stair, our first stair, right there. Now we're good to go. Okay. All right. So now we need to determine how much slope we want. Here's our VP. This is our level VP. That's L for level, right? Now let's take a look and let's elevate. We can go arbitrary again. Let's go arbitrary now, and let's elevate our slope and see what we want in terms of slope. Maybe, I don't know, maybe right here looks reasonable enough. So let's put that. Let me sharpen my blue pencil. This will give you a moment to sharpen yours if you need to. Figure everything out. So quickly do that. There we go. Keep it nice and sharp. So let's put our incline vanishing point right there. Let me darken that in so you can see that. Here we go. So that's VP, and I'm going to put I for incline right there. That's where we'll take our slope to. So let's do that now. This will look a lot like our prior exercise, but now it's going to be measured. So we'll do that here, and we'll do that here, okay? And we'll come over there, okay? And we'll come over to there and through. All right. All right, so we have that going for us now. Okay, so we got that working out for us. And cut. Yep. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2. All right, so we have that now. So let's go take from our level vanishing point, our end corners here. Let's go back to our level VP here, okay, and here, right there, very lightly coming across that way, especially. Now, the depth of our stairs are going to be 2 feet distant. So here's 2 right here. So we have that 45-degree measuring point that we need. So we have 1, 2 right there. So we go from 2 back over to our 45-degree measuring point right there. Bingo. That's where we'll come through, right in through there. I'll make a mark right in through there. And that's where we want relatively our tread to roughly end at. So we'll come up here, we'll bring that up a little bit higher, okay? And so we roughly want to end it right there in terms of our slope. It should, I've already figured out that's the way I've got our notes, but it's going to be pretty close. Let's measure that in. Yeah, it was pretty close right in through there. So what I should have done, just in case you, this lesson, do this over again, is set in your depth and distance first here in terms of the scaling, move that over, and then adjust what I should have done is adjusted my, my slope to meet that level. I can do it this way. I've done it in my notes. I'm taking my notes for granted. But I think this is a good point. I don't want to reshoot this video. So the only thing I would do differently is before I get my slope, bring over, if you want 2 feet for your measurement, or it's 4 feet or whatever, if your stairs are bigger, bring over your measurement first, bring that up, then align your slope tread higher or lower to meet that depth and dimension. That's going to be very, very important to get the 4 by 1. By 2, which is what we're talking about to work out for you. All right, so keep that in mind. So now we'll go back and we'll set our tread, which is 2 here, because I'm just bringing up the 2 over this depth and distance, bringing up the 2 now to there, and see how it lines up. I'm taking my notes for granted that you would know that. I can't do that. That's not fair to you. All right, so there's our tread. Let's bring it up from this point here over level vanishing point over where they meet up here and here. That's about 2 feet in our scaling. Right there is our tread. So make sure that you know that. Sorry about that. Sometimes I even get ahead of myself. This is the first time I've caught myself getting ahead a little bit. Okay, so make sure you get ahead here, there, which is by 2. I don't like to set it, so here we come through, right in through there, I'll make a mark. Right in through there. And that's where we want relatively our tread to roughly end at. So we'll come up here, we'll bring that up a little bit higher, okay? And so we roughly want to end it right there in terms of our slope. It should, I've already figured out that's the way I've got our notes, but it's going to be pretty close. Let's measure that in. Yeah, it was pretty close right in through there. So what I should have done, just in case you, this lesson, do this over again, is set in your depth and distance first here in terms of the scaling, move that over, and then adjust what I should have done is adjusted my, my slope to meet that level. I can do it this way. I've done it in my notes. I'm taking my notes for granted. But I think this is a good point. I don't want to reshoot this video. So the only thing I would do differently is before I get my slope, bring over, if you want 2 feet for your measurement, or it's 4 feet or whatever, if your stairs are bigger, bring over your measurement first, bring that up, then align your slope tread higher or lower to meet that that depth and dimension, that's going to be very, very important to get the 4 by 1 by 2, which is what we're talking about, to work out for you. All right, so keep that in mind. So now we'll go back and we'll set our tread, which is 2 here, because I'm just bringing up the 2 over this depth and distance, bringing up the 2 now to there, and see how it lines up. I'm taking my notes for granted that you would know that. I can't do that. That's not fair to you. All right, so there's our tread. Let's bring it up from this point here over level vanishing point over where they meet up here and here. That's about 2 feet in our scaling. Right there is our tread. So make sure that you know that. Sorry about that. Sometimes I even get ahead of myself. This is the first time I've caught myself getting ahead a little bit. Okay, so make sure that you understand that. So all I did was, before I set my slope, set the depth of the stair first, then adjust your slope to make sure that it meets that. So I do these exercises before from my old notes, clear them up, so I make sure I've got it clearly how I want it, and that's a step that I went ahead of. So just make sure that that's important, because this line right there is 2 feet away from us. How do I know that? Here's our 2 feet, here's our 45-degree measuring point, and 1 point right there across. It just so happens that that's also the end of the tread brought up here. Just make sure. Okay, hopefully that's clear to you now if it wasn't before. Just want to make sure that's one, because we can make these 3 feet long or whatnot, but you generally want your tread to be longer than your riser. So people standing on stair steps have plenty of room on a tread. Sometimes when you get very small treads, you might fall off stairs if you're not careful. If you've ever been to the pyramids in Mexico, and about an hour north of Mexico City, you know exactly what I'm talking about, how dangerous those can be. Okay, let's bring up our risers. You know how to do this now. Bring it up until it meets the slope. I'll overdraw a little bit so we can see that there and there. Bring over our horizontal. There's the end of our riser, right through there. Okay. Then we need to go back to our level vanishing point on both sides. Where it meets our slope. There, right, and line up our ruler to our VP right there. Where it meets up our slope, here and here, our blue line. That's the end of our slope. That's our next tread ending. Okay, we're going to bring up some more. Let's bring up a riser here. Overdraw just a little bit so we can see that. Back one here. Let's bring that up. So we're above eye level now, above the horizon line. We're in 1 point. There's the end of, whoops, there it is. There's the end of our riser right there. Okay, let's do one more now. One more tread and one more riser, and then we'll finish out. So now we're going down a little bit here. Okay, so our tread's underneath a little bit there. And get it clear. There's our tread right there. So I'll lightly put a line in. So now we know the distance of our last riser. Coming up, we're going to do 4 steps. There's our riser right there. And there's where our riser starts right there, where they meet our slope. Stop right there. And over, there's our last. And that's the end of our platform, or the top stair. Now we'll go back here to our vanishing points. Okay? And now we can end our platform any length we want. So we can end it, we could go back here and end it. It could be 4 feet if we wanted to. If that's going to give us enough room. Let's see, we don't know how much space it's going to space. Let's try that out. Let's see how far that's going to be. We can measure that out even further. Let me get a longer ruler here. There we go. So this would be 4 feet. That's not going to give us enough room because it goes back more than 4 feet. I'm going to say let's make it 8 units in depth, or 8 feet in depth. So there's 4 already. There's 5, 6, 7, and 8 right there. So 5, 6, 7, and 8. Yes, you'll be in the camera. Good. That's always good. So let's go back now to our 45-degree measuring point from 8 units back. Is that even going to get it? That might be time. We might even need more. So that's 8 feet. Let's see. The only way to tell is to kind of draw it out. And I'm going to bring my vertical up. Yeah, it makes that platform very small. So I think we're going to need about, I'm going to put 10 over here. So I'm going to put 2 more. I may go out of the camera a little bit. All you need is 2 more ticks over here. So that's 8, 9, right there, and 10. So 9 and 10 right there. You may get out of the camera just a little bit. Let's take it out. There we go. And let's bring that over now to our 45-degree measuring point. So I'm reluctant to make the deep depth on this one until after we've drawn some. So I'm just going to throw a line all the way across, and where it demarcates right there, and that's going to give us enough room to bring up our platform or our stairs right there. Here's our platform ending right there, and that's at 10. So that makes the total, so we're 4 feet wide with a step, we're 1 foot tall, and and we're 2 feet in depth. And the total stairs are 10 feet deep right there. So 10 units deep, which will help that out as well. All right, so let's clean this up now. And let's shade it a little bit. So let's go in a little now so we can see this. There we go. So we can see what we're on, pretty complex 1-point stair. And all this was made possible by that wonderful inclined vanishing point that we have utilized. Darken these in. I'll darken in my verticals here. We can see that. There, and there, there. And so we now have very, very accurately measured our steps. So our steps are 4 feet wide, 1 foot tall, and 2 feet in depth. And we have a flat platform, which is really what we're saying. If these are both 2 feet, that's 2, 4, 6, 8, and our platform is 2 feet behind 2 as well. So they're really the same size as the stairs. I could have figured it out earlier. That could have been 12 or 14, but that's okay. And then we'll measure. I'll darken these in, and then I'll just sketch and shade in this back platform here, so you can see the side plane of it and through there. And now we have very accurate stairs portrayed in our composition. And there we go. And we can put a figure up here, a 6-foot figure up here, or whatnot, anything that we want to accomplish in our drawing. Okay, that's exercise number 19, measured stairs. These were 4 feet wide, 1 foot tall, 2 feet deep, and the total is 10 foot deep. Just remember what I talked about earlier. Before you get your slope in, figure out how deep you want your tread first, then adjust your slope to that tread demarcation. I'm so sorry that I skipped that step. I missed that, so it's really important. Is demarcate how wide you want your tread to be, your distance of your platform here on your first one, then adjust your slope to that. I want to make sure that you don't leave this lesson and you're confused. Okay, otherwise, let's move on now to, I believe, now exercise 20. A little bit, so let's go in a little. How deep you want your tread first, have very accurate, and you can see that. One, then adjust your slope to that. You can see that. Clean this up now, after we've drawn in 10 right there, make our 45-degree measuring point after reference it tall, and we're 2 feet in depth, and the total stairs are 10 feet deep right there. So 10 units. Deep, which will help that out as well. I missed that, so it's really important. Is demarcate how wide you want your tread to be, your distance of your platform here on your first one, then adjust your slope to that. I want to make sure that you don't leave this lesson and you're confused. Okay, otherwise, let's move on now to, I believe, now exercise 20.